Better late than never.
And everyone's got music up.
Yes.
Yep.
No, not yet.
Hmm?
Oh, I was thinking of the Final Fantasy song.
Make sure we get the messages out.
Mm-hmm. All those up. DMP's announcements.
I was thinking da 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 da. I don't know
You
why.
too. You too.
Okay, I'm not going crazy. Thank God.
Oh
no, we don't have
I was thinking the
Paris
same
name in
thing.
this.
I was absolutely thinking the same thing.
This is still such a good title card.
Oh, it's lovely.
It's always a good one.
I need to grab that, actually. Thank you for the reminder, Chris.
One in athletics. One in survival. Focus athletics, survival. Focus athletics.
Imagine Padrock learns Bubble Beam.
That
What?
would be some magic shit right there. And I'd be down for it.
Why
He's a
would he learn
magician.
Bubble Beam?
Because
Why
he's
not?
a magician.
Bryce said that he was going to start his turn first.
Yep. I'm working on the water issue. It will not take long.
Hello, Green and Chris.
Pop out chat. Copy. Also, we need to keep watch on
Yeah, that
stream.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye
Yeah.
out.
Stream a little bit. Announcements. Copy.
And then
My server. Promotions. Pasta.
Oh, boy.
Pasta.
I just saw your post pop up on my laptop.
Pasta.
Breathe. Just don't breathe water.
Yep. Nope.
That's Kester's job.
First of all, fuck you. This was not autoerotic drowning. This was non-consensual drowning.
Alright, we're a little bit past the 3-minute mark.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
On your
I'm
go,
going to
Bryce.
turn down the music so I can focus. Boy, this is going to be... This is... I wrote the damn thing and I'm just sitting here staring at it. It's like, oh boy.
Just how much did you write?
Enough that I... Well, you'll see. Alright. Entry number 23. It was a beautiful song. I know that you should have been gone. Turns out I was wrong. You were here all along. And then you gave me more tests to see if I was strong. I couldn't breathe when I saw you back. I was paralyzed when you came. One track, I can only stare. My mind wouldn't... My mind, my body, it wouldn't do jack. And you attacked. I heard a voice and I took the flak to save Apollo. You had no choice. A melody that took away your voice. And when you were free, you looked at me and instead of insult, you then rejoiced. But why? You never took the time to care. It was you who made me wonder if I was fair. It was you who made me know that pain was always there. It was you who made me flee when I was scared. It was you that died when my life was spared. You saved my life from a dare. You did. Last time we were here, it was caused by a jeer. Go to the haunted mines and find your way out with a sneer. You're so pathetic, I bet you run out in tears. I wish I knew him then. I really could have used a seer to get out when I peered into a fate so clear. There were so many times I should have died. So many times I should have took that ride to the end where I could have cried, but all I could do is bide. And then you appeared. You said what you said. You did what you did. Despite you were dead, it broke me to see you again. It hurt to fight you in the end. What if we could have been together? What then? What then? Shit. That day, you spelled it out for me that nothing was true. You utter words I never heard before. I love you, and to me too. I thought I was to be alone to thrive, just to find out you were both trying to keep me alive. I can't believe you cared so much for me. I miss you already. You taught me to be strong and persistent. I'll carry your burden, your legacy, your dreams. I'll keep going, hugging from a distance. I can't think straight anymore. The words are done. The pain is here. All I want to do is cry and run. I'll let someone else make the story for what it was in store for us this day. Your move, AK.
All right then.
Lean on the fourth wall there a little bit at the end. Give me one moment.
Oh. Want me to wait for you? Should I go or wait?
Just give it a
Go
second.
ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, give us a
Okay, there we go.
There we go.
My
Wait,
pizza
welcome
are
back.
cold. I grabbed my slippers.
It's good. All right then. Diary entry number 22. Ghosts. Spirits. In many tales of death that I have read, Yevatol is a shepherd of those who have died, a necessary spirit who guides those who have passed to their final rest. And in that time, that soul is like a wave that finally meets the shore. Previously, you could measure it so clearly. Its presence, its ferocity, the way it shimmers. But when it meets the shore of death, both wave and individual vanish, and the water returns to the ocean, where new waves constantly arise. But what happens when a wave refuses to move on? What happens when a soul is cursed to linger? Or when those who are meant to pass on are pulled away by a powerful song? The idea of ghosts, these lingering waves, has always been quite an exciting idea. Ghost types might not all be literal ghosts, but a whole typing that draws their meaning from the barrier of existence in oblivion is one that is quite fascinating. Some ghosts are items which are given life by the imparting of importance, a gathering of energy from which emerges awareness and intelligence. However, today we ended up encountering the most tragic type of ghost, a spirit forced to linger, chained to an area in suffering, and denied the final peace that comes with oblivion. While Elena had not died, she served a similar function, tied to life in agony by a horrifying curse, her only option to pass the time in the cold darkness being to sing her haunting melody, one strong tether to sanity, a pained melody that acted as a beacon to spirits of those who had passed, including a pair that I had not expected to see, ever. From the way Levi had described being consumed by the Dark One. Well, my earlier metaphor breaks down a bit, but it sounded like the soul being ripped and consumed to power a nefarious plan, rather than letting the water return to the ocean as it should. Yeah, but it's so fascinating. Tragic and fascinating. While it could not help with the final grand steps in breaking the chains to keep those souls tethered, for once, I find myself taking pride in my part getting to that moment. I heard that haunting, beautiful song in my dreams last night. In my vision, I was there in the cave that served as Elena's cage for decades. At the time, it seemed like just normal, ordinary stone. I get that rocks come in certain types, but they blend together for me. That song was disturbed by Apollo's cold, relentless nose. It was quite clear early on that something was wrong when Levi of all Pokemon had the feeling of a disaster sense. That mystery only deepened when it was revealed that several Pokemon Town could not wake from their slumber. I had never seen Apollo so frazzled as when he came rushing to me, begging me for me to sing that song for my dream for a Primarina who wouldn't wake. Somehow, those sleeping did have a reaction to the song, but at most they would slightly stir. Side note, somehow after only one pass through the song, Caster easily began playing on the piano. He has quite a skill. I'm still a bit giddy about this, but I actually managed to give my memories to another. I showed Aluvi the dream exactly from how I remember it, the way it looked, sounded, felt, smelled. It wasn't a Sears trick I used. No, this idea came from something quite different. This technique came from a method from an old empire used in trials, where they would have full memory extractions. Of course, the geometric setup of the ley lines and the staff could barely manage the extraction of a single memory. And yet, I managed to project my memory directly to Aluvi. With just my hazy memory of the rock, he narrowed down the cave, and Caster was able to put the pin on Aberlov. For once, my visions were useful! Despite how fast Apollo had the airship going, I still had time to look over the ley lines of my grandma's staff. They're honestly a beautiful piece of work of how they're lined up. As sacrilege as it felt, I began the effort to tinker with them just slightly. Just ones on the output end, so that the vision could be broadcast to the world. The particular formation was inspired by an old arcane study on the mechanics of Zoroark. I'm getting sidetracked. The important thing is that I managed to make slight modifications, and I'm going to look into this a bit further. I'm pretty sure I saw a copy of that book at the library. I got a good fright in the mines when the tunnels caved in behind us. I felt pebbles pelt my fur as heavy rocks sent them flying. I know I saw the golden fur caught between the rocks. And yet, the moment I turned away, they were gone. I had seen, even felt, the cave-in that had cut Elaine off from being saved with the rest of Avalov. Throughout the cave were puddles of blood. I suspect Elena's kept fresh by the curse, given the past voices I was able to project from those spots. Hearing her speak in fear, seeing the beaten bodies of miners who had dared venture into these caves, suffering. I had read before that there is no inherent meaning in suffering. All it is pain. Meaning can be found in surviving, healing, living on, but suffering itself is senseless and devoid of meaning. We had a chance to speak to the gathered spirits after Elena's defeat. Levi was given the rare opportunity to say goodbye to his parents, and I ended up being the one to speak to Ruskuo's parents. They seemed surprisingly nice. As a respect to them, I made a recording of the final words to Ruskuo's, stored in the staff itself. Sure, I could have played back my memory for him, but memory is fickle, malleable, and I wanted to make sure their final message was spoken as they wanted. It feels so strange to have a sense of pride over this. It really wasn't all that much. Kind of straightforward stuff, really. Looking into the past... No, I can't let myself think about this. Just this night, just one night, I get to be proud of myself. End of diary entry number 22.
Nice.
Portia was especially chatty today, weren't they?
Weren't you,
Indeed.
Portia?
Oh,
Of
there's
course, the
that.
moment I stop reading, she stops yelling.
She's like, "Oh, Dad is talking. Dad is talking to me. I must talk back." Mao.
We are now on session 26.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Is everyone ready?
Right as we'll ever be.
Meep meep. Meep meep. And here we are.
Here you is.
And hup.
After the
Okay.
team had returned home the last night, they found that everyone had woken back up, although with the night, the town has gone to sleep again. The next morning, they're awake to a relatively normal day now.
Well, how did everybody else sleep, I wonder?
Yep.
Oh, well, but no. I'm worried for Ari.
Well, we could go check on her. She might be awake by now.
But don't worry, Ari's at the vet taking care of their cat. Oh wait, wrong Ari. Already gets that joke.
No, I get it too.
He told me about that person.
They are playing Dego Zoom.
Levi? You
Uh-huh.
alright?
Out of character, Glacy. I'm not sure if you're playing music, but whatever it is, it's like barely coming through at all.
I'm not playing anything.
Okay, good.
I don't know what you're hearing.
Go ahead, Roseth.
He's. Are you alright over there, Levi?
I mean, he's actually struggling to find the words for it, but he's at least awake and aware. He's just, I don't know.
Rough night?
No, well, kinda. Rough thoughts. Just rough thoughts, I guess, would be the right word for it.
Understandable, but considering what we saw and everything that happened, I'm not surprised.
I didn't expect that to happen whatsoever, but I meant what I said. I meant what I said. They're gone. I'm here. So I need to figure something out. Excuse me. Hold on. Exploring something in text.
Patrick?
Yeah, Paul?
Are you good from everything you heard yesterday?
I guess so. I mean, why would I be the one concerned?
It was a lot we chewed off the other day. Not just, well, there's Levi. I'm going to talk with him later, but you picked up a bunch of stuff from Rescuo and his parents.
Yeah. But I did promise them I would deliver their message, so.
Oh, speaking of messages, I feel like I need to remind Trevor of what Renzo mentioned. Are they still in here?
Doesn't look like anyone's in there.
No.
When you see him, let him know I hope he's doing well.
I'll be sure to mention. But, yeah, it's vacant.
Well, good sign at least.
Makes sense. How the fuck do I do this? Let's try this note, that. Oh god, no. Okay, not that.
Incredible dissonance.
Basically,
It's like, do we actually hear the music right now? It's just like,
you hear an attempt.
An attempt is being made.
It's like
wait,
he's sitting there like staring at the piano, just studying it. Like, at first, it's just a simple single note, major scale. He finds a note and just starts running up it. Stops when he realizes what kind of major it is. It's like, okay, right, it's A. So 1, 2, that's a sharp. 3, 4, sharp, sharp. A again, then back down.
is he
Probably
trying
should
to...
find C. C is just simply, if I remember right, it's just running across the white keys. And back. Let's try chord.
The C is pretty much always in the center of the piano, no matter what. There's usually some kind of visual to help you find it.
Like, he visibly jolts a bit before looking back at Caster. It's like, oh, right.
Look for these 2 black keys right here. It's always the one on the left from here. That's the extent of my piano knowledge.
No, you're not wrong.
I taught him how to play chopsticks once.
Chopsticks?
My father has forbidden me from. Okay. I can only play this song because my father is out of earshot, but he has banned me from playing this song because it drove him nuts.
I'm gonna just back away.
I see why. There's just this look of a grimace.
Done.
Just a look of grimace.
I've
coming
still
on his
got it.
face.
Apollo just like puffing his chest out, and Caster's like visibly dying in the corner.
Like, no,
Let me
why?
out! Let me out!
Casper the Victorian becomes Casper the Ghost.
I mean, Olivia's just looking at him with like this grimace on his face, like, what was that?
The reason why I don't play piano seriously.
And I thought I was scared of pianos before you did that.
It wasn't that bad, was it?
And somebody took the time to write that out, but it's such an easy song that everyone who doesn't know how to play piano at least knows that. Man, I watched Caster do some kind of cool stuff, so maybe Caster can get you on the right path without poisoning your mind the way that he poisoned mine. No offense.
Apollo, I don't think even being out of earshot would be enough. I think he would disaster sense that.
Well, he's over in Cassia City, and I'm over here. Hopefully that will be enough.
Oh, hold on.
Next thing you know, you're just gonna hear a sneeze from Artemis from across the
Yeah.
There it is.
The sneezes only happen whenever TRAPS get mentioned.
Illegal word. I'm trying to remember where my train of thought was. Fuck.
Piano.
Something about C major being in the center.
Right. Okay, go ahead and scoot over a little bit. Let me just.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm so glad we learned how to. We did the same thing. Fuck.
Adjust. Yeah.
Adjust it without keeping it hard aligned to the grids.
Yeah.
Like Levi's like, given he knows casuals he's doing, he just hands fully off the piano, not touching a thing. Let the vappy do what the vappy do.
Let the vappy be happy.
Basically.
Okay, where to start? You know a few scales clearly. I'm assuming you know minor and major.
From other instruments, but yes.
It's more or less this. It's a similar process no matter what instrument you play. As I'm sure you understand, you can just play more notes with the piano, and you sort of put his paws on the keyboard and just does just a few, just like a upward chord motion, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whereas instead, with another instrument, you're more or less stuck playing a singular line, just the melody, whatever it may be.
Okay. Caster. How do you
Yes.
how do you know? Because this is what I was trying to figure out earlier. Like, how do you know where to put your fingers to play? You're trying to. Please no. You're putting pressing 3 keys at once, but you're playing just a C. So how do you know where to put the other 2 notes when you're trying to play a chord?
So, okay. Basic chords, you always move up by 3s, right? So he's going to start at C. So chords are let me back up. So the first note that we call that 1, because these are I can't play. I'm just rehashing the conversation I had with Ninja last night. Fucking hell. So the different keys, they have all sorts of different. They all sound different, but sort of how they're all structured is more or less the same. You just have a set of 8 different notes. They're going to repeat indefinitely until you get to the high end of the register or the low end of the register of the piano. So the first note, this is the tonic note, the bass note, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
That's always the 1. Next note is a 2. 3. And 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is back to 1 essentially.
And then
So
run backwards. Right.
So the chords, you almost always structure them in groups of 3, and they're always every other note essentially. So you have which is and he just does 1, 3, 5. 2, 2, 4, 6. 3, 5, 7, and so on and so on. Beyond, and you can sort of fiddle with them and change them however you like. You can shift things major and minor as you please. No, shit. I don't have choral training. I can't do this. I can't do a minor. I can't do minor third on a whim.
No worries. No worries. But back in character strength. That's okay. I mean, I know it took me a while to learn the instruments I learned. or even mess around with. How long have you been playing piano?
5, 6, 7 years at least. I
And
started playing around with it when I was young, and Dad just helped me learn it, really.
well, given I've heard you play before, I hope it makes you happy to hear that even after evolution, you haven't lost your touch.
It's definitely messed up some of my muscle memory, because now he stretches his paw out against the piano. Now I'm so used to moving this far to hit these notes. Now I have to move slightly less or slightly more. At least it's really easy to tell when you mess up and what you need to fix.
Usually, hopefully. Hopefully. Okay, so let's try. Da da da. Da 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 da. Okay, that's not. I was making that way more complicated than I had to at first. Huh.
Honestly, the hardest part is memorizing where the keys are. And how it's memorizing where the keys are and how the scales themselves go. Once you know that and can do it just without thinking, you can sort of make little melodies and harmonies however
Not to
well you want.
interrupt.
Go ahead.
What's the paper for then? All those little symbols.
That I actually can answer. That is sheet music.
Go ahead.
That is sheet music. It may look like a bunch of lines and dots, but I assure you, this paper here is. Think of it as an instruction booklet.
A reference.
A reference if you know what it says. If you don't, it's instructions. What's written here will tell you the notes to be played on the instrument that you're using. Just about every person that plays an instrument, uses these. Except for someone that plays on drums, and that's just weird.
Percussion is weird.
I see.
But to be honest, he looks over to the sheet music. I'm used to only seeing one cleft, not two at the same time.
And you lost me again.
Do you want to explain that, or should I?
Go ahead.
The clefs are fancy ways of telling you where your notes are, essentially. You see the swirly little thing in the center of the treble clef. He points at the top one.
Sure.
Where the sort of swirls in the center here, that is the note G, and from there you can tell what all of the other notes are, because you're just going up up or down one note at a time. So G, you go to up, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, and so on and so forth.
I'm gonna just roll something here real quick.
Roll for Aluvi's eyes to glaze over.
Oh no, it's not even that. I think he has a rough understanding of it.
What is that monstrosity you've linked? Good lord.
Fuck straight.
Let me pull up chat and I'll throw this off for you all.
Just put it in discussions in the Discord. What the fuck?
What
we can probably put it in the watch it chat.
Sir, this is nightmare fuel.
That's illegal.
I actually learned how to play that back in high school.
I don't even want to think about what the single bar transforming into a
right
16th Wait, hold on. 16.
Like at the very top, it just says ritual, and I'm just like,
That's an eighth, so 16, 32, 64?
No, 16, 32, 64, 128th notes.
Fuck that.
That's illegal.
Fuck all of that, Duck. No. Hell no.
You can't get a master pianist to play that.
You can, but you're not going to get a violinist to.
The goal is to get a guitarist to play that.
Okay, that makes sense.
You can keep it. You can keep it.
So,
You can keep it.
see, when you said clef the first time, I thought it was a reference to like Clefairy or something. And then I wondered, why would Clefairy be having anything to do with music?
Insert Clefairy song.
You.
What do you think? Hold on. I need to make a roll real quick.
You forget he's never met a Clefairy, so he doesn't.
I'm committing to this joke.
Meanwhile, like Levi just quietly looks, like pauses, looks at Luffy, looks over to Caster, quietly shakes his head.
Who do you think first played chopsticks?
You're
That's
joking.
Caster is heroically trying to not burst out laughing.
Just eye squints.
Hold on. I need to roll. Just out of curiosity, I need to roll.
Oh no!
He does not catch on.
Oh no!
But let's see if
Oh, just barely.
All right, I believe you.
Okay, I believe you.
I knew that was coming. God damn it! God damn it, Roxas! Or was that Ventus? Shit! It was Ventus. Fuck!
We need white here.
True.
They would know. They would 100% know.
No, I'm messing with you.
No, I totally knew.
Now it's Caster's turn to like squint suspiciously. Music has been around a lot longer than any of us have. It's just the notation that they've come up with. I know how to play. I know how to play it, and I know some of the details of the notation and how you need to think about it. As for the actual history of it, as much as I would like to, I don't know a whole lot about it.
Well, I imagine we have other things to be doing today, don't we? Besides, didn't we need to get payment from Lincilla?
Yeah.
From last mission and this mission.
Suppose we shouldn't keep her waiting on that. Goodness knows she's gonna have enough trouble carrying that stuff around.
Sad, dude.
Levi finishes it.
Yes,
dude.
yes. It was all worth it.
Like Levi looks over to the piano. It's just, this is just one of the things I need to learn how to do to, well, maintain my promise to my parents.
Well, it's
And
already
even
a start
then-
that you two are getting along.
If you need something that, go ahead. Sorry.
He says that as he walks off.
Like, Levi like pauses there for a moment, thinks about it, looks over to where Luffy was, keeps thinking about it. Yeah, I mean it's a step in the right direction at least.
It's
Go
a hell
ahead.
of a- it's a hell of a distraction too. If you needed to lose yourself in something, just music and music and books are the two ways to go, really.
Yeah.
We tried
Apparently-
books the first time.
I mean, it worked pretty well.
To be fair, we all looked at nonfiction. Okay, most of us looked at nonfiction.
I looked at picture books. They were pretty.
That you did, Aluvi. That you did. Slightly condescending Pat.
Come on. At least I was trying.
You were. Although I'm thinking about it, I wonder if I believe it was Glacier. Someone else has said that there's a town that sells music instruments. I need to see if they have one my size. Whatever I had as a Pikachu is yeah, it's not gonna fit me anymore.
Would that be Pokeed or General Ed to remember that off the top of my head? I don't, because in character cast would probably know that. Out of character, I forget.
Probably
yeah.
Gen Ed.
Yeah, probably
Music
Gen Ed.
instruments? Yeah, Gen, easy.
Wow, fuck me.
Wow.
No, you don't remember at all.
I mean, I'm gonna give that like a +4 because of your musical knowledge, so just fucking it passes.
Yeah, fair enough.
Not Malva. It was. What was that town with all the Blazel?
With all the Weasel?
It was the one with out of character. It was the one with the other guild. Lilac, thank you. Lilac Town, where we passed. We're out of character. Where Artie and the Wayfinders passed. Where we passed. We as Artie and the Wayfinders. Sounds like a fucking band name. I swear to God. Passed through it on our way back from Faith Bay. I think. It's been a while.
It's been a while.
But, yeah. I don't want to hold us up.
I'm okay. I will probably go ask Glacy about that later, but till then, let's keep moving. The more we do, the less I focus on what I don't want to focus on. Let's go talk to Linsula.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Speaking of Linsula, wouldn't she be at the tavern?
This hour, probably.
Day drinking again. Caster shakes his head disapprovingly. She's been day drinking all this time. You can't convince me otherwise.
Let's see.
I'll catch up to y'all.
Ooh,
Hold
tech
on.
shop.
Sorry, my tab crashed for a second.
Tech shop has power band.
Zilla? Leo? Rain?
Hello there, Apollo.
Oh.
How'd you sleep?
I could have slept better. I'm distracted.
Penny for your thoughts.
It's Aracella. I'm going down to see her, but I wanted to talk with all of you first.
Well, we will be having a town meeting shortly, discussing what happened last night.
Anything I should be alerted to before we go through that, or no?
Nothing in particular.
Hold on.
Oh, boy.
Levi, do you need us to pause for a sec, or
I think he's already gone.
I'd say, well, where is Reuven right now on the map? And is he lining up to do anything?
I mean, Reuben's not
Reuben would
Reuben.
be right
Yeah,
here.
Ruben's right there.
Sorry, Bryce.
Levi. He's like over above the. He's like at the intersection between the main road and the
Yeah, he's just.
other road.
He's back.
Landmark's hard, brain soft.
I'm sorry. Worst time Mom called. I'm here.
Okay. You say so. But
We'll be
It's just
explaining everything when the meeting happens.
all right, I just want to try and get out in front of my team getting blindsided by whatever's happening next. Seems we've just been rolling from one accident to the next.
I'm honestly trying to find. What I was hoping was you were going to have a more peaceful mission and when you went to go help out Cleo, but turns out I was wrong there. That said, I would like to try and find y'all a peaceful mission that you can go on and rather than have something at the level of trying to stop the world or make sure you don't end up seriously injured, something you can do to actually get to know each other better. Speaking of get to know each other better, you have today off. I at least heard that much.
After what happened yesterday, I think everyone needs it.
All right.
Some more than others.
That said, I'm gonna go check in on Ari now. Thank you all for your time. Yes.
Here. He just passes 1,300 on the table to him.
Thank you. Let me add that to my character sheet.
As for you, Kester, here you go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. I'll have to go hunt down the others.
What did I miss? I zoned out.
You got
Follow
paid
chatting with the
1,400.
higher ups.
Getting paid.
How much was it?
Here you go, Alibi. Just gives him 1,300.
Ah, okay. Make it true.
Oh, he's
thank you.
Levi running away.
I was about to.
I just like Linstill's coming. Linstill's on the way over there. Levi just quietly leaves the area.
Like, run, run, run.
Why is he running away from pay?
Why are you running away from me?
Oh,
Are you
Hey, Lindsay.
okay?
I just have to talk with Rescuel.
Of course. Well, I still owe you 2 to pay for your last 2 missions, so here you go. She gave them both 1,300 each.
Thanks.
You very much.
Thank that fucking hell. Thank you.
You guys take care, okay? Today you have the day.
Dang. Sure. Oh, we have the day off. Good. I need it.
There's a small smile to him.
Levi's seeing the Houndoom did not help him whatsoever.
Oh, you're talking about the one up here?
There's only one around. He just like walked towards the tavern, sees the Houndoom, pauses, and immediately
Just gone.
Glacy, I sent you a DM on Discord. Also, I'm going to send you a really stupid whisper.
Right. Anyway. Jericho will look over to Padrock and Levi before glancing back over to Rescue. You want to talk to him? Sure. I'll be nearby if you need me.
Thank you.
Levi, meanwhile, is just going to stay with Padrock.
With that, he'll slowly approach Resquell.
Give me a second. I have a lot of things to read.
Fair enough, fair enough.
People keep sending me messages.
No worries.
Sorry, not sorry. This will give me a chance to do some of these stretches I've been neglecting.
Honestly, yeah.
Physical therapy, we.
You do that.
Do I even want to know what this question is in Cast AMA?
Oh,
we'll
we'll
get
look
to
at
that
it later. Rescuo looks over at Padrock as he approaches, kind of glowering a little bit. You're not here to start something again, are you? I already get enough of that from the docs and, well, those two.
Look, as much as I'd like to retort the again comment, I'm actually here because I have a message for you. He says as he puts his staff in the ground, the gem, giving a gentle shimmer.
He glances at the staff, sort of seeming to know what's coming, and he just kind of looks away and then turns around, quietly stepping to the window to sit down. When I woke up, I heard Zeno and a few of the others were out. Then that Glacian says he met all of our parents. Sick joke. At least, that's what it felt like. Don't know if I can bring myself to hear that. Hear them one last time.
I can't imagine how it must feel, but would you be willing to give it a try?
Sister left a message in death to you. You damn well better listen. Fine.
More than just a sister, but yeah.
Padrock would take a careful step forward, and with the shimmer of the staff, the area around them seems to glow a little bit. But from their perspective, they find themselves, I guess they would, like, the attempt would be that they would find, from their perspective, they would find themselves in the caves, looking at Rusco's parents as the staff's recording begins to play.
As Eileen and Jonas appear nearby, the female Mightyana starts to speak. Restwell, I know you've gone through a lot growing up, and you've gone through even more since we left. But I hope you can come to terms with yourself and what's happened. Don't torture yourself because of us, or because of the Zealots. Don't let yourself live in this hell. I hope you will clear your mind of all this and look to those who care for you. And then Jonas speaks. Don't feel burdened for what we left. I'm always in good hands. If you don't feel you can take over, don't. Do what you must. We will always love you, Will. And then the two fade away.
Whoops. Pedro takes a small breath as he. It's when the recording ends, he takes a step back to give Rusko some space.
He looks tense, his eyes staring down at the windowsill, but it's clear that his gaze is off in some other place. And he looks like he's straining to hold in his deep breaths. The last time I heard them, it was telling me to run, to get out and save myself. I did. I still feel it was my biggest mistake. If I had stayed and helped fight those crooks, they may still be alive. Or you might have been dead. Shut up. Me running though is the biggest disgrace I could have done. Pull yourself together. This is what I've hated about you, ever since the day they died. Always a mess, always kicking yourself down. You haven't been level-headed in years. And now look at yourself. Got a broken leg actually doing something good, and you won't even let anyone look at it. How do you think Eileen would feel if she saw you this way? And Jonas, you look pathetic. All because you survived instead of ending up like them, trying to help. And you've been lying out your ass, too. Every mistake you've made, you put down to cruel intentions rather than saying what actually happened. Even kidnapping the kid. Think you want to tell him the whole story? You owe him that for going through this, to give you that message. He just growls low, not even looking at his uncle. And after a moment, he tries to calm himself down before taking a glance back over at Padrock.
So there's more to that story?
Tell you what happened. We went to the village looking for zealot remnants, and we were given a lead. We heard that the place was used as a camp to help the zealots and the new masters, and we did find one. A rogue who attacked us as we arrived. He took forever to go down, and when he did, he didn't get back up. Seemed to hit a nerve with Rhea, but until recently I didn't get why. Afterwards, though, we needed to find the son of the family who not only made predictions for them, but also helped them make a variation of that drug they used. One they said would increase their mental powers and keep them from going down in a fight. We were still shaken up from killing the other guy. Didn't want to see any more end up like that. I thought, if I could get him away from there, force him to help us instead, he wouldn't be able to follow after what they did. Of course, we didn't know that they were just victims of the whole thing until later. And you'd never done a thing in your life.
And Rock. Had a bit of a. Well, sorry. Oops, I did not mean to press it. He would probably have a bit of a frustrated look about his the initial bit of his family being spoken about as if it had been their choice at all to be spirited off to that lonesome farming compound. But he takes a breath as Ruskuo clarifies the understanding at the end, not really saying anything as he tries to process what he just heard.
Not wanting to believe it, dare you? Well, we paid for it afterwards. When we got out of that forest after that fish thing attacked, someone else showed up. Said we should have killed the witch boy when we had the chance, and then he pointed something at us. Rhea seemed to know what it was, and she almost got shot by it trying to get it away from him. We got away, but she passed out soon afterwards. Thinking about it now, it was that drug that pushed her to attack him. Even though she was already weak. I feel shitty thinking about it. All she had to deal with because of them.
Does this mean you're gonna get your leg fixed now?
You shut up.
How long have they been calling me Witch Boy for?
Oh, if I know. Still. I'm sorry we did that to you.
Gives a bit more understandable context about what you did.
If any of it made up for it.
Sorry. Out of character, could you read that?
As if that made up for any of it.
Adrock's not going to have a response to that.
He needs time
If I
to get
may.
himself straight. And you'd better let someone look at that leg. He then gives a nod over to Levi before walking off.
Adrock will give Ruskuo a nod. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the message.
Thank you for doing it.
Levi seeing this, that's happening. Hold on, before you go, Padrock.
He leans over the fence.
Rescue.
Hmm?
This location you mentioned, what was the thing that they were making this some sort of mental thing to stop people from going down when they're on Gigas?
Oh, he can tell you that. I'm not going to reveal his home to you.
Okay. The reason why I ask is because I'm pretty sure I've been there before, if only in a limited capacity.
The things that camp were made to do, as we found out, ended 33 years ago. If there was
I
Gigas
had-
there, it wouldn't be there anymore.
I don't think we ever had gigas, but I don't think the place has never really stopped making vision juice. I don't know the specific medical term for it, but it's considering how much in poverty pretty much everyone there is. The places pretty much had to rely on selling it just to make money to bring in resources to feed people. And it's not like people the Pokemon there can afford to move out or plant different, or take the time to plant different crops.
In truth, Padrock. Actually, before I say that, whatever happened 33 years ago, I wasn't even alive, and I take no responsibility for that. I may have been associated with them, but that wasn't my act. Those weren't my actions. That aside, though, I can attest to going to a place for trade, given what we did. We usually traded supplies with various places around around Cassia. We usually traded supplies around various regions of Cassia that were away from the main city, away from rescue guilds, in order to trade, get money, trade supplies, and help other areas out. I say help other areas out loosely, but honestly, we're just utilizing the resources they gave us. I'm pretty sure whatever that juice is does not stop us from going down. Even if we're on Gigas. If there's something that makes us unstoppable on Gigas, it's probably going to kill us later. But that was the thing that tipped me off as confusing. Anyway, I'm sorry.
That's all right, I guess. I know I've mentioned this before, but I guess was a bit in an offhanded conversation. It's like,
Yeah.
back by literally when we were getting a tour of the town.
Yeah, and back then, well, compared to now, what I am isn't much of a secret anymore, is it?
Yeah.
So, might as well be able to talk about it loosely. That being said, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's good to know you in an honest way.
I'm still trying to figure out I'm still trying to figure out that's a good thing myself, but yeah. I'm gonna go check on Rhea. Rescue is not the only one that had a message.
Oh, maybe ask Zeno's how he's doing too.
Sure.
They're straight.
I'm here.
There's Rescuer's looking over at Elizabeth.
Hang on a second. Let me recenter her. All right, here I am.
He's just looking over at her, trying to get inside. And he just glances over at Levi before stumbling inside and then lying down on the floor by the desk.
I'm gonna set Levi inside, but I'm going to pass the baton to someone else.
You don't know that move.
Listen here, you little shit.
So we can either go to Castor or Apollo first.
I have no preference.
I think we'll go to Apollo first.
Okay.
You can get your leg a little bit better.
I'm not sure how many more of these exercises I can do and keep the headphones on. So
Well,
I
then-
might be going for, I might
Well,
go for
then-
now.
Relax.
Yeah.
All right. Apollo will come to the side of the lake where Melody and Aracella were sitting around, and he'd wave a paw over at both of them.
The two glance over at Apollo, and then Aracella sort of swims over.
You're awake, he says, keeping his hind legs on land, but getting his front paws into the water.
Seems I am.
I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah. I heard about what happened when you guys came back. So you saw Foster?
I did. Only a specter of him, though. It's complicated to describe, but I'd always grown up hearing stories about what had happened here. That it was the worst thing in living memory to have happened to anyone. And it was something that other Pokemon did to other Pokemon. I knew plenty about it from what my father told me, but it never really hit just what could have happened, what had happened, until I saw it with my own eyes.
Just takes a deep breath, kind of shuddering a little bit at the thought before letting it out and shaking her head.
Paul tries to lean forward and just nuzzle into Arcella's side. If you ever feel like you want to open up to me about that, I'll listen. And I'm so glad I got to meet you, Arcella.
You as well, Apollo.
Well, I got some good news.
What's that?
Guildmaster is giving me the day off. Me and the rest of the team. Got any plans you want to try and do today?
I sort of need to just clear my head a little bit. After hearing that song again, it made me think about a lot of things.
I understand. Well, have you ever thought about trying to go somewhere someday? And just do something that you couldn't do in town?
Maybe, but I don't really know where.
I really do need to figure out something. I know Mom and Dad always knew a place or two around Cassia that they could just go to get away from everything. Would you be interested in something like that someday?
Perhaps.
And Paul squints a bit before looking at Arcella's face at an angle. Something's gotten on your face again.
Oh dear.
Paul leans forward and just nuzzles into it. I think I got it.
You're silly.
It really is good to see you awake again. Paul says before lifting a paw up and inviting Arcel to come close.
Just kind of moves over and gives him a hug.
Paul returns the squeeze in kind and lets his fluff puff out a bit. For someone who spends as much time in the water, you still do give very warm hugs.
I heard Primarinas have some of the best hugs.
I think that's a lot more than just a rumor. All right. There's a few more things I want to try and do around town, but if I got more time, I'd be down to just hang out.
I wouldn't mind. That'd be nice.
See you later, then.
See you, Apollo.
That Apollo would withdraw from the water and head elsewhere.
We want to go up to a caster.
Sure, I can do that.
What the boy doing?
As the vape is drinking some root beer and hanging out with Mom and Grams.
I'm actually drinking a root beer. That's the joke.
I
I don't know if that came through on the mic. Sorry, go ahead. Should we wait till Levi gets back, or is he back yet?
I think we can probably do. Actually, let's maybe do the quick scene with Chloe first, because this will be a little bit longer, I think.
Yeah.
So, that'll be.
Trevor, I found you.
Oh, hey there.
You are looking better.
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm not entirely sure how to explain this one to you, but, how much do you know of our recent venture to Averlov?
You saw him, didn't you?
Yes, I saw Renzo, and quite coherent at that. He wanted me to deliver a message to you, saying, he's giving you his, best wishes.
Yeah. I wish I could have seen it myself.
I'm afraid we couldn't have held him up long enough for that. But I felt I had to at least get this message to you. To let him know that he actually remembers. You know, he knows you. It's... Even though his spirit may not have passed initially, but... I'm sorry, I'm being a downer, aren't I?
No. It's just tough to hear about it, but it does mean a lot.
So, what were you experiencing when you were asleep anyway? Do you remember what happened?
It was mostly I was in this cave and hearing a song the entire time.
Adrift.
Yeah.
Well, either way, I was glad that we actually found a way to resolve everybody falling asleep and such. Out of character. I don't know how to end this off. I'm sorry.
He just kind of gives a little nod, sitting there, and takes a deep breath. It's good that he at least got to say something before leaving.
I kind of had to apologize to him myself.
Hmm.
But, as he said, it's all in the past.
Yeah. But thank you, Alavi, for telling me this.
You're very welcome. How is the rest of you doing?
No, we've been okay. I guess everyone got the day off, so we've just been taking the time to recuperate after yesterday.
Well, I think we're on the same boat there. Speaking of, I think I see Padrock coming your way.
Oh.
Have fun, you two.
Oh, you hush.
Hello.
There, Padrock.
Good to see you all. And good to see you up, Trevor.
Yeah, nice to be back to normal. I think I'm gonna spend most of the day just hanging out with Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see you guys later, okay?
Okay.
Daniel gives a little nod to them before the two go off. So, how are you?
A bit of a whirlwind, I guess. Going
Yeah.
from worries to minor breakthroughs. It hits. Emotions have been all over the place these last week or two.
Yeah, I suppose
And-
it's been like that for all of us.
Hopefully you've been well, Leela.
I've been okay.
Would you like, since we have the day off, would you like to hang out today, Leela?
Sure. I think we can maybe go to the garden.
Wait, what?
What? What?
Why are there two Trevors?
Where? I don't see them.
Where I am, right next to the bank.
They're
Gonna move my toe
not
so I can see this.
Trevors. I don't see more than one.
Are you saying that they moved from up there to down here?
Yes, they did.
Okay, I was saying things then. Never mind. My bad. Continue.
No. Shush. We're doing a scene. Yeah, I wouldn't mind going to the garden. I heard that the Guildmaster and the others are wanting to talk to us a little bit later.
Yeah, after everything that's been happening recently, I'm honestly surprised we haven't had a large briefing sooner.
They might be taking time to get ready, maybe. I don't know how they work.
Yeah.
But Sarah, I'll see you a little later, alright? Just gives a little nod, chirp at Padrock before dealing and flying off.
Padrock gives your a polite bow before offering a paw to hold one of Leela's vines in as they walk.
We will send them over. First, we will go to Pastor with their scene. Yeah, up at the tavern.
I had to reset a password. I apologize. I need to juggle my accounts. I need to juggle, or not accounts, screens. Ah.
You good, Caster?
Yep.
So, Emmy's looking over at the two and she's like, so how have you two been? It's been a while since you've been around, Ren and Esther. You doing okay since yesterday?
It was a lot to take in, really. I didn't know anyone personally, so it didn't hit me as hard, but this morning Levi was he was out of it, to say the least.
After what I heard, I can only imagine.
You can't blame him, though. I just trying to imagine what she went through, and the sheer fact that she was strong enough to affect so many Pokemon, even from so far away. That sounds like something only Apollo's mom could pull off, really.
Well, there are things that we don't really know too much about the Pokemon in Humbletown. Apparently, Glacialis and the others plan on catching us up on that later.
He just kind of lets his tail just flop down with a thud and kind of like annoyance. Well, if there's only one way to find out, I guess better we find out sooner rather than later.
Yeah. But have you been other than that?
I've been doing well.
Life treating you okay?
It's been going well enough. My fashionable bracelet has been bothering me less and less, which I am more than happy for.
Well, that's good. Maybe it's doing its work at keeping it down.
The less I think about it, the better.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I agree.
I know it'll come back to bite me, but that it's something I don't even want to consider.
Well, let's just hope for the best.
That's all we really can do. I wound up teaching Levi how to, some of the basics of the piano this morning. He has some kind of a music background already. I didn't get a chance to ask what exactly. So he at least knows how to, he kind of like mimics, like he like mimics playing up a scale, left or right.
You've always been into the piano, haven't you?
I mean, ever after Dad showed it to me, and I was able to get my hands on some books and some proper sheet music. It was really one of the first things I dove into. If you'll pardon the pun.
Well, like father, like son, I guess. I'm glad you've been okay, dear. It's good to see you again.
It's been nice to be able to come back and see the family consistently. I appreciate it, and I really do appreciate the support. He just kind of leans in and just buries his head against Aaron's floof. Now that I'm evolved into ridiculous, aren't I?
Well, no matter how you look, I'll always enjoy being around you.
Caster vibrates visibly.
Well, you took your sweet time. Good to see you too, Hayden. Sir? I'm sorry. Work keeps me occupied. You should know how it is. Really wish you wouldn't call me that in public. No, good to see you again. When you're not buried neck deep into things.
This just goes out of character. This just goes to show how little Castor winds up seeing his dad.
He just gives a little smile to him. Like, oh, it's good to see you too as well. Both of you. I do cherish the limited time that we get to see each other. Just wish I could have seen my son when he evolved.
No, you didn't want to. It's not a pleasant story.
No. Yeah, that's what they gave you, huh? He looks at the band around Castor's leg.
He kind of rubs at it with a paw and like tries to hide it behind said paw. To keep the powers that be in check.
Looks like it's draining to keep something back. Is it hurting you?
No, it's uncomfortable sometimes, sure. But that's only when things get really stressful. Or we've been in a dungeon for far, far too long.
So, what have you been doing lately? Well, while Artemis and Moria have been rebuilding Cassis City, I've been helping to rebuild in various other places. Of late, I've found myself in Ritzville. That old warehouse the Delphox worked at. Do you remember that? Somewhat.
Which stuff? So, out of character, which Delphox now?
Eden.
Eden. Okay, it was Eden. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry. I just want to clarify.
Well, it's been making a lot of work with new people using it to build supplies needed around Cassia. So I've been bringing in resources. You sure that's all you've been doing? He just kind of looks over at her. You asked me to tone down my investigations on new masters' activities. Still can't feel like something might bring him back, but I'm doing what you asked. Aiden and Aaron. I think you got that mixed up, Cleo.
Is it?
Oh, we
Aiden
did
or
we
Hayden?
didn't drop his name, did we?
Oh yeah, no. Vulcan.
Yeah, we never dropped his name.
Vulcan.
There's the problem. Therein lies the problem.
I could have sworn I heard y'all say the name.
Aiden is Aaron. And
Okay.
Vulcan is the Typhlosion.
Ah, I didn't know that. My bad. I got it mixed up.
Yeah, yeah.
I never did say his name. My bad.
Oopsie doodle.
Vulcan.
It's technically a character for me, because why would I call my dad by his first name? This is weird.
Like, no, I thought when I heard Hayden.
Yeah.
That's what I thought their name was. So like,
Aaron doesn't like being called Hayden in public.
So instead of dad,
Understood.
dad, it would have been Volk.
Pix.
Big
So-
big.
Volk pigs.
So Vulcan looks over at Castor. So what have you been doing, Castor? Still in your rescue team, I see, with some new members. All have been treating you well?
He's been doing well. He's still as confident and headstrong as ever. Has a tendency to jump the gun, but his heart's in the right place.
That does sound like Apollo.
He takes after his dad like that.
Oh.
Or his dad in his younger years, I read. I think.
Well, I hear you've been taking after yours.
He just pops out his chest real proud.
Gives a little smirk and reps his head with a paw.
Wish.
What about what about your team? How have you been doing with them?
It was definitely rough starting out. Our first team member besides, well, me and Apollo, obviously. Levi, there is a whole story to Levi, and I will not do it justice in this brief 5 minutes. Suffice to say, we didn't meet him under the best of circumstances, and I was suspicious of him for a long time. And then those suspicions turned out to be true, and then they weren't true, and he has a storied history. Let's just put it that way. Now we have a seer on our team and some kind of some kind of runaway noble. No, they're not the same person, but they're both Breakson now. How do we have so? Why do we have so many important people on our team? That's just weird.
Your team Nudon had similar tastes.
Well, when you put it that way, I suppose.
As long as you guys are doing okay.
We're doing much better now. There's still some bumps. There's still definitely some rough spots to iron out, but with with this day off, given what we went through last mission, I feel like I feel like we're starting to get there, really.
Heard. But it is good that you're doing okay, and I'll be around Richville for a while, so it's just a few steps away. So I'll see if I can stop over you sometimes while I'm around.
I love that. The more teleporters we get set up on our end, the easier your job will be, right?
I happen to have come in on a teleporter. The Ninetales up there let me in.
Out of character. So that's why you smell like ozone. I didn't know you. Okay, wait, which Ninetales? The silver one or the one with the goggles?
One with the goggles.
I didn't know you knew Ruben.
I don't know him, but I guess he's the one working the teleporters here.
Eden was the brains behind them for the most, from what I understand, and Ruben has been pretty instrumental in helping get set up all across Cassia. So,
Heard. Well, it'll definitely make things easier on all of us. Easier for me to come visit here. Tactically, Ruben was the one who set up the teleporters.
fuck, I got it backwards, didn't I?
You got it backwards.
Sorry. My bad.
Yeah.
It's adorable.
They should make things easier on all of us and easier for me to come visit here more often.
Absolutely.
When I'm not busy, at least. But things have, at least for the most part, been settling down, yet they've been getting pretty crazy in other places, I hear.
Hopefully, after all we've tackled in the past, God, what, a week? I can only hope that some of it will have settled down. In the past week, we saved a bunch of people. We saved a bunch of people from nightmares. Levi suplexed a train. We went out to the desert and found a bunch of stunfisk. We fought a time traveler from the past.
Sounds like you had quite an adventure. I want to believe that part about the train, but I just can't find myself to do so.
I was there. It happened. He bonked himself on the head with the TM. Emmy was pissed off. You can ask her. She was pissed off. It wasn't a TM, was it? It was a...
It was an AM. Plasma tech. And yes, I was mad.
That's for times.
But at least I've been able to piece it back together for the most part. Getting the information off of it, however, that's a whole different task. These things are not built the way TMs are.
Hence the, side effects.
You could say. But yes, oh.
Dad fight.
Haha, I win by default.
Aww.
That's a low blow.
I would like to guarantee that the next low blow that he uses with Dirty Trick is an automatic success.
I feel a little bit bad about that one.
And they took the duel with Levi.
But anyway. But at least you made it past all that, so I think I'll be sticking around for a little bit. Hang out with my son and, of course, my mate.
Caster just kind of leans in against Vulcan's side and just lets out a little contented chirp. Happy Vappy, happy Vappy, happy Vappy.
He just gives the big type hug. And Aaron nestled himself against Caster as well. 200% worms.
Fire type hugs intensify.
And he just sort of giggles and shakes her head before grabbing a cup and setting it to Vulcan, giving him some juice. It's good to see that you're all doing okay. And I'll hold you to that too, Vulcan. You better come around more often. I will. Or I will. And Caster.
Yep.
He kind of gives him a serious look. That thing left inside you. I swear I'll do everything I can to get it out of you. Shouldn't have to live with this.
Thank you.
Of course, son.
I don't want to think about what could happen. So I'm trying to look on the positive side of things. Or trying to not think about it at all.
We'll make the best of things.
Thank you. Thank you, Dad.
Of course. He just continues hugging the babe. I think we can probably get to another scene unless Chester wants to do some else.
No, I think that's a good stopping point.
Is Apollo doing anything down at the training area?
Apollo is letting his thoughts wander, but at this point, he spots Alavi coming over. Hey, Alavi.
Hello, how's it going? Trying to do something new?
Trying to see if there is a possibility that I might be able to do something a little more productive with my current moves. I've been getting a little sluggish as far as being able to build myself up in battle, but it is what it is, and I'm trying to make the most of it. So that said, I wanted to ask you about something.
What's that?
You'd come from a royal house or someplace privileged.
Ah, that. What about
what is royalty anyway? I mean, I've heard the things that Kua and Reuven heard when they did that deep dive into that old place or whatever, but I wanted to know what it was like coming from your area.
Personally, I didn't really all too pay much attention to it. Pacing. Just... There's not a lot to say other than... I'm not exactly sure how to really pronounce it. Everything is done in a specific order, and you do not deviate from it. And if you deviate from it, you're often corrected on every little thing you do.
Out of character, glazing the music.
Yep. I was noticing it too. Even though it's like really quiet.
Good for the VOD, though.
Okay, the stream's still working.
Yeah,
It is.
Cool. Alright, you can go on.
But, Apollo, what brought this question on?
I'd heard it mentioned, but never really had a chance to ask you, like, if there's anything that you want to try and vent about on that particular subject. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, you walked away from a lot of money, but is it really that bad?
Tell you what. I'll start from the beginning. Put simply, I preferred to do things my own way. Whether or not my parents liked it or not, it always came down to the same thing. Do it this way or don't do it at all. Where's the fun in that? But I guess, to put simply, I left because I just didn't like being told what to do constantly every single second of my life. Maybe that makes me a rebel, I don't know. But
Certainly sounds rebellious, if nothing else.
I mean, would you want to be told what to do your entire life and being dictated on what you can and can't do no matter what, no, even if it's the littlest thing?
Can't believe how much fur I would have lost if my dad was a micromanager like that. Then again,
That's exactly why I was up against it. You had everyone watching every single move you made. Butlers, people that don't even know who you are, judging you from a distance. Just because you might be something of an heir to the throne. I don't look at it that way. I don't. I don't like being judged before I get to know people. But I guess you're right. I did walk away from a lot of money, but do I really care about it? Not really.
it's
I
funny.
learned to live without it.
It's funny you say that. Did you ever hear the name? Well, you were actually with me when we saw him, but you remember Pan, right?
Remind me?
Back when the new masters were in power, he was the man in charge of everything. Before Pan became Desolute, he was actually another rescuer. As a matter of fact, he was my dad's grandson, if you can believe it. It's a complicated story as to how that whole relationship web goes, but he was the grandson of arguably one of the most famous rescuers in the entire continent.
And he gave it all up.
Everyone was pushing him hard to be a rescuer. And the idea that he could or wanted to be anything else, it was never expressly implied as far as I know, but the idea that he could or wanted to be anything else was laughable. And they pushed him to it. And sure, he was actually, by all accounts, a great rescuer until they pushed him to, until several criminal organizations tried to get at him by going after his father, and they killed him. In a fit of rage, he paid back all the guilty parties.
Became a mass murderer.
Well, it was more a crime of passion, but the damage was done. Sure, those criminals never bothered anyone again, but that was how the pressure finally just broke him. That he was expected to be so much else that maybe, just maybe, none of the new master stuff would have happened if he hadn't become a rescuer. And I think if you really weren't up to that, you made the right decision in walking away.
So, you're saying that Desolute and I may be a little more similar than you thought?
In that one respect, I suppose so, but, well, let's face it. I don't think your dad, even if he really is as rich as I'm being led to believe, I don't think he was quite going to measure up to the Wayfinders.
If I'm being honest with you, that Meowstick couldn't even find a single coin worth anything in his name. If anything, the promise of whatever money that I was supposed to be heir to was non-existent.
Wait. You're...
Remember when I said that they're not too prominent?
So they didn't even have anything going for them, just the air and expectation that they were.
Just the royal blood. That's all that matters in some cases. That's why they weren't all too well known. They don't have the money to get that respect. And yes, he was a Meowstick. You'd think that would have given me something psychic.
Sounds to me like he had his cart in front of the ponytail on that one.
Oh, believe me. I wish I could have told him that myself.
Well, I think you did the only thing that you really could do. If nothing else, that decision was what ultimately got you to us. And much as Castor was kicking and screaming about it, I'm kind of glad I managed to pick you up.
All the same, that's kind of why I didn't really mention it, is, well, the family is supposed to be secret, and I respected that secrecy regardless of what I thought about them. But now that the secret's out, I kind of just broke down. It's hard to really describe. You've kept a secret for so long, and it just boils down to somebody just letting it slip right in front of everybody, and now you have no choice but to tell everyone. Kind of similar to how Levi had it.
Well, I suppose the difference is your father wasn't a cultist.
No. But regardless of our differences between each other, what he thought, what my mother thought, I still respected them as family, regardless of really anything. I didn't exactly hate them, I didn't dislike them or anything, we just had a difference of opinion. That's it. Why they never came to look for me, I'll never know. Or they just couldn't find me. Maybe I was just good enough at that. Personally, I don't know the answer.
You really do take the idea of living off the grid to a whole new meaning, if where we found you is anything to go by.
Truth be told, I think they may have been expecting me in a forest.
Perhaps. Then again, I don't think they were expecting you to type change. Or did that happen?
That happened.
Before you left?
That happened after.
I guess that's part of the reason why they didn't look for you in the right place, if they were looking at all. Regardless.
I mean, being able to change your entire appearance makes it a little difficult to really recognize you now, doesn't it? Now I feel like a ghost type. I feel like I've been playing a bamboozle on my own parents. But I guess living off the grid kind of shows its own damage, doesn't it?
I like how we're just having a whole conversation in the side of the chat.
Yup.
Is there any chance that you may want to try and get out in front of any fallout between you two? That you may want to try and pay them a visit at some point? Even if just to say that you're doing all right and that you want to continue what you're doing. Or really that you're going to, because, well, I don't think they can really force you.
Well, no, you're actually right. There is a concern that's been rising in my own head. I haven't really voiced it to everybody else, but I feel like I may, at some point, want to pay a visit to them, at least so much just to make sure that they're okay. Because if the cultists know about them, it's no guarantee that their secret is safe anymore. Regardless of what I may have done, I still care for them.
Alright. Well, when you're ready to try and slay that dragon, let me and the rest of the team know, and we'll see if we can set aside some time. If it really does help keep your mind clear and able to focus on the mission, as well as keep those of you, even if you don't really hang around them anymore, your family's safe, definitely let us know.
Well, I guess consider it a side request. Just whenever we find time, we can probably do so. But,
I'm sure we'll make time.
I'll be honest with you, it may be a little difficult for me to repeat this to anyone else in the team, so if I can't speak for myself, could you?
I'll be honest, I had to take in a lot just now, so if I screw up a few details, don't be afraid to correct me, but if you really do need help getting this out to the rest of the team, I am more than happy to help out however you see fit. But we won't go forward with this until you're ready.
Of course. Just keep it on the notice, that's all.
Alright. So, speaking of large amounts of money and extravagance, you saw that house on the north side of New Treasure Town, right? The one that belonged to the very first guildmaster?
You mean the one you've been obsessing over since we got here?
I don't even know if obsessing is the right word. In fact, no, it's not. But, well, in his will, he left it to my father. What are your thoughts on possibly moving into there? What sorts of things would you like to see in that place?
Probably a little less extravagance. I honestly couldn't stay in there very long because of just how regal it looked. It reminded me of home, and it was a little disconcerting.
I mean, yeah, I get it's big, but that place isn't extravagant. At least, not in the way that I think you're describing it.
Really?
I mean,
maybe I've been exaggerating it. Maybe I don't know.
Okay, bit of a story, but the very first time my dad ever set foot in that house. It was one of the rescuers. I think it was Sapphire. She straight up sits in one of the chairs that was there. And the thing literally falls apart under her weight. Now, we are talking someone who is a weasel at the time. And without even missing a beat, Apollo waves him off and waves at her. Well, him at the time, but waves Sapphire off and says, "Look, don't worry about it. This whole place is ready to come down, and it's a damn miracle it hasn't already. Granted, it's gotten the TLC that it's needed to actually stay standing. But
So what you're saying is it's a farce.
no, not a farce. It is not a great house, at least not the way that you see in Malva City.
Well, I don't know the definition of a great house, because, truth be told, when I looked at it in the first time and saw the dining room, I thought I was in a royal building again.
Well, I mean, let's face it. I've never known Reuven or Kua to be bad stewards of a house that they're living in.
Okay, maybe I was exaggerating then.
And if you're worried a bit that it's a little too posh for you, we can always find a few ugly decorations to break that atmosphere.
I just make sure it's not a rock just casually being thrown into the building, because I'm pretty sure nobody would want that.
Well, if we need a hole in the building, we can always ask Sunrose for an extra solar beam.
No, it's never mind.
All right, want to go catch up with everyone else?
Yeah. Well, there is one concern. Have you seen Padrock recently? Where has he been?
I mean, I saw him on the north side of town as we were leaving Guildhall.
Oh, is he still around where Leela is?
I think so, yeah. Those two make a really cute couple. Not gonna lie.
I mean, I told him so when they first met.
Now, you want to go touch base with him? See what this giant meeting is going to be all about?
Oh, right. There was supposed to be a meeting. I completely slipped my mind.
Well,
guess that's appropriate then.
Shall we be off then?
Yeah.
May I do the thing I wanted to do?
Yeah.
You may.
One moment.
All right.
I will wait by here.
See Levi.
Okay. What the fuck?
No.
Okay. You got your exercise in, Artie? I mean, not Artie. Straight.
Artie's son.
Look, I see Absol, I call Absol. So, this is all going on. Levi's been just quietly against the wall. Not making too much noise. He's just... If anything, he's toying around with a bit of electricity between his paws, waiting for Rhea to wake up.
He kind of comes to after a moment, twitching a little bit as she looks around the area, then at the two electric types.
Good afternoon. Did you sleep well?
Can't really say I slept well. First, I couldn't wake up at all, and there was this song, and then I woke up late in the day, and Lena was worried about me, and Fresco and Trell. And I just had a difficult time sleeping the rest of the night.
Well, I got some news for you that may make you get out of bed briefly.
What's that?
He pops up off the wall slightly. and just looks to Rhea. I had a chance to speak to, correct me if I'm pronouncing this wrong, but Alana and Marcos.
He tenses up at the names, or first standing on edge a little bit. No, you didn't.
I wouldn't lie to you about that.
Where? Because last I saw, they were sacrificed to that bitch.
Yeah. You're right. Because they weren't the only ones I saw either. I saw my own parents too.
You saw their spirits.
Yeah. I feel it's the same reason that had you sleep, because shortly after we finished our outing, people started waking up. There was, well, honestly, we're gonna have a whole meeting about it later on today, but I'll give you the short version. We figured out where the source was that was putting people around town to sleep. It was coming from a place of the damned. Aberloth Mines. This was my second time down there. I never want to be down there again. But it was there that we had located a Ninetales that had been stuck down there for, well, an incredibly long time. And that song you heard belonged to them. She was attracting not only others, but others that were dead. People who had already passed away. You know, for example, we have someone here that's a Leopard, their father, Renzo. The one that we had the whole misunderstanding with. He was
Be
there.
reminded of that.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things I didn't need to be reminded of when I went down there, but here we are. He was there. There's a Primarina in town. According to Apollo, the Poplio we saw was their brother. We met. He glances back behind over his left shoulder. We met his parents. Talked to them too. Talked to your parents. Talked to my parents. It hurts a lot. I'm still not okay. I don't think I'll ever be okay. But yeah. The good news is they're not stuck in some dark, dank place inside the Dark One like we believed it would be. They're not trapped for eternity. The rest.
Did my parents say? Kind of glowers a bit.
Call it simple, but he sits back a bit thinking. We're sorry for everything that happened to us. You grew up with such a fate. To put it in the words of Alana, I wish she didn't have to grow up knowing what happened to us. I just hope that she can put herself back together. And I know they said it to me, but I'm gonna say it stands for the both of us. Don't you dare let the Dark One take you away too.
She lays her head on the bed, kind of looking off and tension and thinking of it. Did they say anything else?
Not that I can remember. It was brief. I was not in the best mental state for that, I'll be honest with you.
Good wine.
But I did make a promise. And it's one I intend to keep. It's one I intend to keep. You and I were cut from the same cloth. Same cloth or no, we're both still alive. We both walked away from it. And we both can make a difference. Your injuries may say otherwise right now, but I want to be a shoulder you can lean on, if that makes sense.
You may.
Yes?
I don't know what to think about this.
Well, it's just one of those things that I feel as though if no one would believe it unless you were there. So here I am.
Hated my parents for the longest time after I left. After they died and didn't even tell me anything that was going on. They just let me grow up that way only to leave me when things were the worst. I can't
There's
stay after that.
I hate to be the person to say something like this, but you too, huh? I usually when it came to my parents, it was if I messed up, I was insulted. If they needed something from me, it was for the best, or it's for your own good, or it's never happy, never I'm proud of you, never hey son, or I love you. The first time I heard them ever say I love you was in that cave. Can you believe that? I'm convinced that what they did, especially given the fact that for me I was marked once in death and once they were free of the Dark One, free of life, they seemed so different, so happy, positive. They to a degree, it was kind of freaky, but it was genuine.
Mother used to tell me she loved me every night. When she'd try and care for me after the things that they did. But it was all just a lie. Because she knew that she was going to leave anyways. And she
You
never,
sure?
she never even did anything to stop Arnell or any of them. She
Are
just
you
let it
sure?
happen. Of course I'm sure. I was there.
No, not that part. I meant the part where it was a lie. Are you sure they were lying when they said they loved you?
What kind of loving parents would let their daughter go through that willingly every single day and then just leave them at her worst?
Same kind of parents who would make sure their child knows nothing but fear, knows little joy from their accomplishments. The kind of parents who would just exist just to keep you around and never show you the time of day. And honestly, I wonder that too. Which is why I'm led to believe that they were doing what they had to do to stay alive themselves. If not, keep us alive. Because then there's freaking Leothero. If one of them stepped out of line, be it your parents stepped out of line, mine stepped out of line, or you or I stepped out of line, who's to say the punishment wouldn't have been worse? More definite.
Just want to see Leothero and Arnell on the ground. Just like my parents.
You want to join me in sending them there?
Wish I could. But they won't let me leave here.
Not till they know you can walk. Or at least you're not at a risk of tearing open old wounds.
Be fine.
You probably will. You've done it time and time again, you probably be fine. But eventually, that's not going to last long. You and I both know to push your body at that limit repeatedly, it'll kill you. It'll lower your lifespan pretty fast.
Yeah. Don't be an idiot. Stop pushing yourself. Just settles down on the bed. Not one to talk about it anymore.
If it makes you feel better, you're looking probably at the best I've seen you in a very long time. Since we met, anyway.
Not the worst, at least. What they've been doing to me is painful.
If anything, they're trying to just get whatever is remnant of the drug and its side effects out of you. Maybe when me and Olivia are looking for a cure, we can find a way to make that faster.
Yeah. I can't really imagine what I'd be like without having it.
I'd imagine a bit more positive and a lot less sarcastic.
I don't think that'll be going away anytime soon.
Yes, it's part of one of your irresistible charms. Like Levi just gives the toothiest grin that he can before shaking his head. Listen, there's gonna be a meeting in town pretty soon. I'm gonna head over there now. I don't know. I'd talk to Anak, see if they have a means to help you, well, get out and see the sun. Maybe a rolling chair or rolling bed or something like that.
I don't know. Stuck in this bed the past couple weeks.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, I'd rather just carry you myself and just have you at least move around a bit. Make sure your legs don't go stiff.
Carry me like a
Really?
bride.
Well, as long as no one's playing any bells, I'm fine with it.
Enough bells for a lifetime.
That makes two of us. Like, Levi just says this, remembering the Parish song a moment ago, a while back. But
Yesterday.
yesterday.
I was about to say heel bells.
That's one thing. Ah.
I knew it.
Wait,
Round
Levi just stands there before his eyes just widen as he looks off. I'm sorry. Did someone start singing a Parish song anywhere nearby?
Oh. What?
I'm hearing. You didn't hear that?
No. Are you going crazy?
Oh, Rhea, we were zealots. When were we ever sane?
Yeah. Just
Either way,
All outpost.
I'm gonna go to the tavern, get some water, get this freaking bell out of my head. If you can talk to Anak or something, get a means to come along, do that. Zeno.
Hmm? Yep.
How are you holding up? Padrock was asking about you.
Could be better, could be worse. But
Have you had a chance? Oh, good.
I've just been worried about Rhea the whole time, but I'll be okay.
Have you had a chance to go talk to your family?
Not yet. I was thinking about maybe seeing them tomorrow, but I don't know.
Just when you do it, don't go alone. All right.
All right.
All right. Keep doing what you're doing, man. You're doing great. Keeping an eye on Rhea, making sure you help her out, and make sure he gets healed. Please. He has a reason to live now. I like to make sure he can actually live.
Well, if he stops being a jackass, I think we can, but he just kind of huffs that restaurant.
Oh, he has a reason to stop. That said, you guys, I'll talk to y'all later.
Alright.
And I do hope, be it now or some point in the future, we're on better terms.
Guess only time will tell.
Mm-hmm. That's it. Levi just quietly walks over to the window, seeing the window hole, seeing there's nothing there, and just whoop. Goes fast and going around.
And
Sweet boy.
for the moment, we will jump over to Padrock for one more scene, I think. Been a while since you've been here, huh?
It really has. It's nice just to have a moment to step away from things.
Yeah.
To spend some time with you. So much has happened. There was some things I want to ask you about.
Hmm? Like what?
I know last time we talked about some of the deeper things in our lives, but I wanted to ask about some of the smaller stuff, I guess. Are there any kinds of souvenirs or things you like to collect?
I never really got it too much into those kinds of things. You know, being a rescuer and all that. They might just get broken.
I see. I've just had it on my mind recently. We were in Solaris recently, and we ended up running into your family there.
Oh, you met my mom?
Yeah, I did. She seemed pretty nice. And I thought it'd be nice to bring you back something from home, but then I realized I didn't know what you might like me to bring.
Well, Solaris not really my home. It's more where Mom and her companions are living right now, but I'm actually from Richville.
Huh.
So I'm actually pretty close by.
That's quite impressive. Your family must do pretty well then.
Well, Mom at least. As for all those others, well, I've only met them a few times, so I don't know too much about them, but apparently they did a lot of things way back in the day, before I was born.
Yeah. I guess that makes sense. They seem like a fairly cohesive team.
What about you, though? Where are you from?
I'm from... I'm skimming up the name I gave, but it was like that one that was like I think it was something like... Oh, here it is. Oh, I'm from... Well, it doesn't have a name. It was really the only really thing we call it is VF-17.
That's a weird thing to call something.
Yeah, Vision Juice Farm 17. It was the one that was established back in the day of the new Master's reign.
Oh, I see.
A bunch of Pokemon were, like my family, were pretty much dragged out to the middle of nowhere and basically told, farm or die. It's a very, very small settlement. In fact, with the fact that I'm now gone means the population is down to a single digit.
That sounds quite a bit less pleasant than where I came from.
Yeah, it's with the passing of control, it's kind of a mostly calm, serene place, though purposefully hard to get to keep, is chosen that way to keep Pokemon from being able to raid or to make any Pokemon who tried to leave have a bit of time to get back to civilization. But with the recent rebuilding of Cassia, there have been some closer places that have opened up a bit in my lifetime, though it is still a bit of a nuisance to get to and from if you don't want to go through mystery dungeons.
I see. Well, I hope you and your family and the others can find some better place to be.
That seems to be the dream on quite a few people's mind, though it's been a bit of a struggle. Honestly, I was hoping with the more recent events they would have evacuated the village. Would have given some of those Pokemon a chance to relocate. Pretty sure only one of them would have actually resented leaving that place.
Well, maybe someday some will change for better.
Hopefully. Let's see if I can get some, well, at least when things blow over a bit more, send a bit of money back so at least some more of them can move out.
Maybe.
But aside from the depressing things, it calm was we weren't the only family there, though I didn't get out much for the first half of my life. As I mentioned previously.
Yeah, I guess it's a really big change seeing the world now.
I know, I was shocked by the population of this place when I first came here. Shocked by the variety of crops in this garden, even.
Well, it was founded by people who do some pretty amazing things.
He gestures over at the manor. That's a house! I didn't think they built houses. Even, like, not even that big with a single story, but that thing has multiple levels.
Well,
Yeah, feels so extravagant.
I heard once upon a time, a long time ago, their house is even bigger than that.
Honestly, at that point, while I can't really picture it, I'm not too surprised about that point. It's like so many possibilities.
Well, maybe someday we'll see the biggest house yet.
uh, I don't know. That kind of house size seems like it would be a bit excessive.
Maybe. Hey, Padrock,
Yeah?
do you think you want to head back? I think they might be gathering for that meeting now.
Not really. But I guess it is our duty as rescuers.
At least see what's up, and then maybe we can spend the rest of the night back over here.
That sounds nice. I'm just happy to get to spend some. Just happy to get to spend some time with you, even if it's time spent doing nothing.
With everything that's going on lately, nothing seems about a bit nicer.
He'll nod. Opening his arm while he's still sitting. He'll hold an arm out, offering a hug.
He sort of just presses into it a little bit, much as a quadruped can, and lightly brushes her nose against his shoulder.
He'll wrap the arm around her gently, nuzzling her back.
You ready?
As I'll ever be.
Just running across the table there, 8K.
I was like, I forgot I was muted, but yeah, he was just like walking across the table. Just like, oh, there you are.
Man running at Padrack like a fucking Oblivion NPC with a dialogue.
The things that lines that I'm improvising that bad.
So, back at the tavern.
Seems we're all present and accounted for. Good.
At least the
So.
people who need to be here.
Evidently so. Still, there are those who did, unfortunately, fall into slumber. But then again, we have those who were affected, but very much so awake. Cleo. Yes? How many people in Humbletown were affected by this strange slumber before the team went out and took care of this? Majority of the family. Majority of us. I was still awake, but just about everyone except Nyla and Nyla and Corbus were asleep Those two were the only ones that were awake.
And Reuben.
In Humbletown. Riven was over here.
Ah.
Otherwise, the other residents of Humbletown were awake and fine. I see. Raymond would just quietly look over to the two canines that walked up. Garm, Loki.
Yes.
Did anybody over in Solara pass out?
That's the reason we're here. Because Loki did.
And for Loki, we do have a reasoning as to what happened. So, Team Eclipse.
Seems so.
Well, since you're the leader, Apollo, why don't you tell everybody here what occurred? The rest of your team can fill in the gaps as they see fit.
Wish the Alice had some things to say after you're finished too.
Well, as of yesterday, we had the strange sleep affliction. Everyone was asleep. Nothing could wake them up. We had a particular song that was being played within their minds. Padrick knew what it was, and with that we were able to deduce, based on the reactions that we got from singing or humming this particular tune to people who were under the effect of the sleep, we were able to deduce that whatever was causing it really was all the same. After a bit more investigating, we took a trip out to Aberlov. Our investigations revealed that it was a person close to Cleo's family that was still there after all these years. They were the cause of it all, and it was their doing by which everyone affected was still going to sleep. We saw several ghosts that had not quite been laid to rest yet, but that was the extent of our mission. We went there, we pacified the situation, and once we had, with Reuven's help as well, once we had diffused the situation there, and Reuven had convinced our person of interest there to leave the cave and start sorting themselves out, that was when everyone started coming off from the sleep.
Raven would chime in to fill in gaps. What occurred was a very, very long, annoyingly long curse that was placed upon one of my eldest for her to maintain a state of suffering for the rest of her days, never to recover, never to heal, and, well, never to be seen again. Buried in those caverns, all she had was her voice and a melody she sung. A song sung in a language long forgotten. Probably for the best. However, I didn't know where she was down there until I heard some of the conflict that occurred from when Team Eclipse and the ghosts that were down there were engaged. By the time I arrived at the site, the fighting was over. And I saw my older sister, Elena. As much as she was in pain and tired of fighting, I was able to well, I would say but we were able to free her. From getting her to calm down to Olivia over there making sure she could at least recover to a degree to, upon me removing the curse of her suffering, she started to look like her old self again. Frazzled as she was, though, she's decided to go traveling, to be away for a while. She doesn't feel fit to come home yet. I'm waiting to see her again, to see the smile on her face when everything she's done for us and all the suffering she's been through is over. So when she comes around again, well, I don't know what we'll do yet. So if I haven't said it yet, despite my lack of involvement, thank you, Team Eclipse, for saving my sister.
I'll be honest, I almost didn't think that my little gift actually would have had any effect on her, but it's good to know that it actually did.
If you didn't do that, Aluvi, I am all but certain she would not have survived that. Go ahead, Glacialis.
Well, when you left for Avrilov, we looked further into what was going on here. I think it's become clear now. The ones who were affected had ties to the spirits you saw in the mines, and Elena herself. Trevor and his dad, Rhea and her parents, Roscoe and his, Levi and his, and then Aristella's brother. And then there's Ruben and Jericho's own ties to Elena, as well as the ones living in Humbletown.
Which... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
The reason they were affected in the first place was unclear. It wasn't until Alora told us about a song that we started looking into what it was. And y'all heard it too. The song Elena was singing.
I hope not.
She just looked down at the table and thought. When he said that, I started to look into what it meant. To do so, I had to hear it myself. So I looked into what they were dreaming, and turns out, as Riven said, she was singing in an old language. I could recognize the words, mostly, but not what they meant. But, well, Lucas, he's the one in the books, so I think he can say more. Spending centuries here, you get curious. But it wasn't easy learning about the language. To start, people can't seem to agree on what the language is even called. And second, books have been unreliable with telling about it. However, I did find one that was apparently written by someone related to Cleo. The most referred to name was Chaos Language. It's the same language that Riven's family did their spells and curses in. It is particularly dangerous, and uttering words in it without knowing what they mean or how to say them could result in some devastating consequences. Still, I spent quite some time learning about it, with help from some very few in Cassia who knew about it. The song Elena was singing wasn't really a song until she put it together herself. So learning it was even harder. But Lucas was able to sum it up as a song of love and tragedy. Ursula once said she sang it to the other Applehouse prisoners while they were there. From what I can gather, it bound loved ones together. While she sang it, the others couldn't separate them. But it wasn't until her singing stopped that everything fell apart, when she was trapped behind the rubble. After that, Foster had passed, as well as a Kingisco named Eric. 2 victims of Everlove. And when they did, that's when they were drawn back by Elena's singing. Now in an attempt to keep herself sane while alone in the mines. But I don't think it was the same song all the time. Still didn't explain the others, though. Not until we looked closer into the circumstances of all their deaths. Previous mayor of Malva, Jonas, and his maid Eileen were killed by street thugs in Malva. Then there's Renzo, Trevor's dad. He was killed in the mountains outside of Malva. As for Rio and Levi's parents, we can only figure from Padrock's vision in a couple weeks ago that they were also in the mountains. Wherever the sacrifices were happening for the Dark One, it seems they were in that area, not in Averlov, but close to it. So their spirits were drawn to the mines, like Foster and Ertz.
So it was like a moth to the flame, so to speak.
You could say so.
If I would speak up briefly, it's interesting. As far as we knew, or as far as I knew, once the Dark One takes your soul, that's it. There is no after. But
Clearly,
well,
that can't be true.
this is probably one of those times where I can say I am happy to be wrong. But that still leaves the matter of going to the burial, going to pay respects.
Indeed.
But
Still.
sorry.
Still, it seems when that rebellious miner uncovered the tunnels again, Elena's song changed to that one. While it was meant to keep loved ones together, it inadvertently affected the loved ones of the spirits. Maria, Rescuo, Trevor, Ursula, Levi. And then the ones close to her, Reuben and Jericho.
And so on and so forth. But
Yeah.
there's still the big question. Those who were affected were either unconscious or hold on. Reuven, yeah? When the song came around, you could say you felt off. Yes? Yeah. Right. Those who were affected either passed out or felt something was wrong. A form of discord. A form of discord to the fact that we were even so much as awake. No less breathing the air around us. I think that makes sense.
Maybe so.
But what was the thing that made the difference there? Is what I don't know.
Well, while the song didn't kill them, they also weren't here either. At least the ones unconscious. It
From
was,
what I heard. Sorry.
it was as though their consciousness was drawn to the place to be with their departed loved ones. But, as we said, Levi and Reuben and Jericho, they weren't like the others. We thought maybe in Levi's case it was due to repeated uses of Gigas giving him some resistance, but Rhea was unconscious, and she'd taken far more of it than her life. As for Reuben and Jericho, and any others who are still awake, well, we really don't know. It seems it affected different people in different ways.
I may.
Go on.
Trevor mentioned something about dreaming about the particular location that they were all drawn to.
The mines.
I'm not sure if this applied to every one of them that was asleep, but that's one particular instance.
Well, for the most part, it seems that at least Trevor and Aristella were having that dream, and I can only assume that the others were too.
Some form of being spirited away.
For lack of a better way to say it, yes. So we can only assume that this song, while it was meant to keep families together, it did this to the families of those who were passed.
I have another theory.
Hmm?
Reuben lifts a hand. What if it was, for those who passed out, a matter of desire? Say, Apollo.
Hmm?
How badly would you say Araceli wanted to see Foster?
Pretty badly. I'm not sure if you all remember it, but she actually sang a song about him during the festival.
Oh no, I remember. I absolutely remember. It was a beautiful song. You don't forget stuff like that.
That seems to be going around lately.
Similarly, Trevor took it pretty hard when Renzo passed.
And Levi lifts a paw. Given Ruskio's response to Padrock's message, the desire was there for him too. But then there's Rhea. She hated her parents. Doesn't mean she didn't want to see them, but...
Perhaps she wanted answers.
Perhaps. Me, I all but accepted the fact that they were gone. The only family I have is, well, sitting at this table. So maybe that's why I didn't pass out.
But you were aware of it. All the same.
I was aware of the sensation. I was aware of... like I said, when I heard that they were sacrificed to the Dark One, I thought they were gone. That was it. So...
Entirely possible what you're thinking might have some fruit.
Yeah, it is just a theory. Be it causation over correlation. Stop it.
I'm sorry.
pick up the GM and throw them in the trash.
This is a Saw puppet reference.
Well, whatever it is, whatever happened, Elena's free now. So we can only hope that something like this doesn't ever happen again.
Yeah, I have every intention to make someone else start singing real soon.
Ruben.
Hmm?
Try not to do something rash, okay?
Oh no, it won't be rash. I'm thinking my actions through before I do it. Otherwise, I know a few people who would never let me hear the end of it.
Yeah, and the one sitting right next to you.
Who?
She points to
Well,
Cleo.
Actually, well, really three. Reuven just points a tail towards Kua and
Hmm.
Linsula.
Kua looks behind himself.
Out of character,
Then-
Kura, you absolute fucking nugget.
no,
He's just
no,
like,
it's
"Wait,
like
what?"
he's obviously playing innocent, but he
Okay.
purposely leans out of the way of the tail as if it was meant to be pointing at someone behind him.
He's just like, "Huh? What? I wasn't paying attention."
It's more like, who? Me?
Me?
Judge him for that?
Me, smiley face.
No.
But no. Reuven would look down and just shrug. Ultimately, though, I do have an idea of where she is, but I have no idea if she stayed there, so...
Who's to tell?
If you guys see Elena, please make sure she's comfortable. Or let one of us know. Let me if she's here, I'll see her. If I'm not on the mission. Or sleep.
We'll do our best. That aside, I think we've spoken over what we needed to speak about. Does anyone else have any questions? Or anything they didn't understand?
Not in particular, no.
Levi just lift the hands like simple question for others. Mainly my team, since I don't know. I've only seen 2 of them, but how's Trevor and Arcella holding up? Because Rescue had he saw his parents along with Loki, and he darn near had a breakdown. Not that I can blame him. Rhea didn't believe it, but I explained it to the best of my ability.
I did see Trevor, and I gave him the message from Renzo. He seemed, well, for the most part, feeling better about it. He didn't react any special way. If anything, he was just happy to know that Renzo, remembered him.
Right. The memory part. They didn't know who we were when that song was being sung. And once it stopped, it was as though the veil was lifted from their eyes, and I still can't get over what my parents said to me.
People react in different ways about something like this.
Let me not get distracted. What about Aracella? How's she holding up? Apollo.
Are you muted?
Eh.
Oh, there you go.
All right, there we go.
To repeat the question from Levi, how's our Aracella holding up?
She's doing much better. Well, we spoke a bit, and well, it's not exactly relevant, but she wants to try and take a bit of time with me, sabbatical time, that kind of stuff. But foster is still very much a touchy subject for her.
I imagine our loved ones are going to be a touchy subject for us all for for some days to come.
I'll do what I can to help her.
I'm sure we'll all be supporting each other the rest of the day and time to come. Lacey always just looks around at the table.
I guess we will.
Otherwise, is there anything else that we want to discuss?
I think this is about good enough.
All right.
Oh, actually, I just thought of something. Sorry, out of character.
Oh,
Go on.
If this language is so powerful, who else might even know it? Besides, he gestures over towards Cleo, their family. We don't want something like this to blindside us again.
It took me a couple decades to learn about it properly. Glacialis didn't quite have that time, but she knows a little bit of it. It's unclear if anyone else in Cassio would even have the resources or the time to learn about this language, given how rare it is.
most likely, the only people you'll encounter that have access and knowledge to that language with enough power to ensure they don't cause undesired consequences would be my family. And even then, unless you stay practiced in it, you'll typically forget it and start making mistakes. Which leads me to wonder. Cleo looks over to Reuven. You've been practicing, have you? There's a bit of a quiet, nervous expression on Reuven's face before he just gives a slow nod.
Reuven has that expression on his face where Mom caught him with his hand in the cookie jar.
Basically.
Accurate.
I can explain.
The thing about language is it's not something you easily forget. There are people who have lost all their memories, yet language remains the one that is there. That's stored in a different part of your synapses.
Indeed. But anyone can tell you that if it's a primary language, it's not going anywhere.
Indeed.
But if it's a secondary language or a third language, Over time, it degrades quite a bit if you don't practice it.
It can.
And given the cost of using such a language as chaos, a faulty practice isn't exactly a worthwhile venture. You can get yourself hurt.
Indeed. Same with the language of our spouse. He kind of gestures over to Glacialis, who glares back at him.
Though it is interesting. I do have to wonder. Padrock, Cleo says, looking over to the Brakeson.
The Brakeson perks, leaning over the table so that he could be seen past Apollo.
I take it this
sorry.
is. Oh, go ahead.
No, I dropped something and I thought it came through on the mic.
Ah, I take it this is not your first time hearing about this language, or is it your first time?
Out of character, let me check.
I don't think anyone in the campaigns mentioned it before.
I mean, Cleo's bringing it up because she knows that. Well, Cleo's bringing it up because she knows that Padrock studies or knows a few dead languages.
I not by this name and not this cohesively. I've come across words, maybe brief phrases in the language used as components in old rituals and things like that. I definitely didn't recognize it at first, but that's partially because I've never seen it with a pronunciation guide. But thinking back on the structure of how you and, well, how Reuven and Elena spoke, I wouldn't say I know much about using it, the words, but it's one I've at least can say I've come across before.
Then do yourself a favor, huh?
Out of character, Portia, stop saying those words. You don't know what you're doing.
I have ascended. Give me the treat.
No. Never gonna give her treats.
Cleo just she listens in curiosity before the expression becomes a bit darker. A word of warning, Padrock. While I understand your interest in languages such as this is not something you want to mess around with. For the sake of your own protection.
The Brakeson gives a nod of understanding.
Chaos is one of those languages that can lead to its very well namesake. If you don't know what you're doing, it could lead you to the edges of the abyss that is sanity, vitality, and suffering.
Indeed.
There's a reason why it is an unpracticed language, save for those who have gained an understanding and maintain it. But that's all I'll say on the matter.
All of that is right. If any of you would like to go anywhere else for the rest of the day, this meeting is finished. Meanwhile, I'll be returning to the guild hall to speak to Kane.
Ring will just give a quiet nod.
Leo, if you would like to come with us, you may.
Boss, you would think Lizzle would have been able to join us, but no matter.
Lazy, by the way.
Lizzie, excuse me. I misspoke.
Cleo, before you run off anywhere too far,
Yes.
could I ask you a favor? How do I say this? Is there any possibility that you'd be able to check on my family at some point?
Cleo would take a moment to think before replying. Correct me on my pronunciation, but the Suze?
Susha.
Susha, thank you. Yes.
It's become a rising concern since, well, the cultists kind of let it slip that they know about them, and with their secret no longer safe, I fear for their safety now.
I will be sure to check in on them. However, no, that won't be a problem. I'll be sure to check in on them.
Thank you. Sure. That was all.
That said, I highly recommend you guys find something to smile about before you go to bed. Laying down and/or taking the rest of the day off without a smile on your face doesn't exactly lead to good mental health. And Apollo, keep an eye on your team.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am.
I also thought it was Ruben who was talking.
Only reason why I responded that way.
You're fine.
It's like, yes, sir, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am,
Yeah.
sir, ma'am.
I mean, technically
Useful pronoun.
in the military, they still call girls sir.
This is true, actually.
Yeah. I was half expecting out of character. Apollo, go smooch a fish.
Smooch fish.
I will just drag the three of them to the office.
Sounds good with me. So,
Well, Apollo, I got it in motion at least.
And now the waiting part.
wait, Reuben. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was asking, waiting for, but then I realized you're talking about Olivia's plan.
Yep.
Yeah, I will just say, like, casually, that Levi's a bit once more dead to the world, having talked about this.
It's like, I'm not used to talking about this right now. I didn't need this.
More so the second part than the first. Just talking about the family, talking about what happened. It's just like
Processing.
I need a moment not to lose myself mentally.
I am a green screen, a very slow.
Do
What?
a couple things out of. Oh, sorry.
Go on.
I was just gonna say a couple things out of character. Number one, for Bryce.
Huh?
Do we still want to do the scene between Levi and Kua?
Sure.
Levi needs a
And-
distraction anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Yeah,
there is
think-
one more scene that I want to play with Patrick. But before we get into any of that, how are the players doing? Because it is getting late.
I think we can probably do that one more scene
And
that you want to do.
I think I have like a half hour or so left in me.
Yeah, let's
It's
do that one more scene you
11:51,
want
so
to do.
it's-
I can feel the tired.
We'll do that
Yeah.
one scene, and then after that, we'll call it a session.
which scene was it you wanted to do?
It was a Christina looks over at Padrock.
Ah, yes, this one.
Guess I'll get intercepted as he's heading back towards Lilo.
Listen to Padrock.
Oh, hey. Been a while
Okay.
since I last saw you.
Indeed. Do you mind coming with me for a bit?
Fine.
Sorry to break you up from your friend, but it won't take too long. Come, stay with me. Enjoy the warmth of the fire.
And Padrock sits down.
I heard you've been doing
Like,
a...
he's... I was just
I-
gonna add the note, like, he's almost practically sitting with the front part of his legs in the fire.
I heard you've been doing a little better with your sight, at least enough to somewhat control it. Still having difficulty with it, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. It comes in. I'll get somehow getting disaster scent style flashes.
Well, that's the reason I wanted to bring you over here. How is the fire?
The fire's quite nice.
Indeed. You have flickers, dances, and sways over the logs like it's alive. How it draws in your
Yeah.
gaze like it wants your attention. A melody, a song, but as a visual. It puts you in a trance, so everything else fades away, and the only thing in the world is you and it.
I think I can see what you're getting at.
Paddock, I believe
Yeah?
your sight not working has to do with a couple of interferences. As I said,
Oh,
I've rarely been able to see anything of substantial importance since I came to this world. I think the unstable time may be affecting my own visions, obscuring them. In the same way, it's made it difficult for you to tap into yours.
Well, at first I guessed it had been more of a disconnect between your visions in this world, but that does make sense.
But then there's the second thing. Your emotions may also be a problem.
My emotions?
Allow me to explain. While yes, being a part of a rescue team is beneficial, it gets you experience, gets you to see and become familiar with the world, makes you grow as a person. But all that means nothing if you're in turmoil, emotionally. The problem isn't your training. Even though you've done everything to the letter, how you feel gets in the way of what you see. Thus, the only times your sight even begins to come through are when you're at rest or when it's a particularly powerful vision. And even then, you can't see everything.
I think you've lost me a bit here.
Haddock, you've been unsure of yourself, haven't you? Even long before you were taken into your team.
You can read me that easily, huh?
The more I can see it. But I've learned long ago to temper my feelings. Displace myself from the problems of the world, not to the point of sociopathy, but in a way that I can push aside what ails me so I can focus when I need to. You're young, Padrock, and while you've done excellent in your studies, your feelings are all over the place. That doesn't help when the world around you is already fighting with you to see things. And admittedly, yes, Charles had it easier, but it was in a time where things were more stable. You just so happen to be in one that's much less so. But it doesn't make it impossible to see things, as I myself have been able to see with more focus. That's what you need. Focus. Equanimity. Cast aside all your doubts and troubles and still your mind. Look into the flame again, with me, and I want you to see into it.
I tried similar things with Grandma's staff, but all right, Jose, leaning in.
What do you see?
He takes a deep breath, gazing deeply into the flames. I see the dancing flames, the way the coals flicker, sparks bursting off from the fuel.
Indeed. What else do you see?
He takes a deep breath and tries just staring for a moment. He starts, as he stares, he starts slowly leaning back and forth, scrambling, quite a bit backwards.
Christina stands up and steps over to him, wrapping her tails around him.
And as she approaches, she can hear him swearing repeatedly under his breath.
Her eyes glimmer a bit as what he's seeing is suddenly pulled away and everything around him comes back.
God. Ari seems a damned nightmare again.
There. Easy. Come back and sit with me.
Claws. The ever-looming darkness. Every bit of strength draining away.
Dave gives him a small smile. Perhaps it would be better to try not to think about that.
I wasn't even thinking about that.
I know you weren't.
I wasn't thinking, I was just...
But it was the first thing you saw. It's the first thing I saw as well.
What do you mean?
I've been seeing those claws myself a few times. And yes, when I do see them, it does also weaken me. But that's why I'm here. To help you still your mind and focus on what you want to see, rather than just the first thing that comes to you. So, look into the flame again.
He'll take a deep breath. This one noticeably more shaky as he gets back into position and starts to stare once again.
Equanimity, Padrock. Breathe, slow, in and out. Cast your worries away.
Alright.
So, where is it that you would want to look?
I never... Oh, it's always so hard to pick when someone asks me what I want.
Well then, let me ask you another question. Your team... They're... Well, I can't say they're on a mission, so to speak. But they, like many others, are after these zealots. And what are you after? What do you want to do?
He goes quiet again as he thinks about what he wants, what he would like.
You want to
His
enjoy?
thoughts going to someone just a little bit behind him. His mind curious as he tries to focus on the mental image of what Leela might look like when she evolves. I think I have something to try to steer towards, he would say, gazing back into the flames. A bit more determination this time.
Hey, Apollo.
Well, that's
Sorry that took so long.
beautiful. He leans in closer.
Now, Patrick. Don't engulf yourself too much in your visions, otherwise you'll lose yourself.
But almost at that moment, I think I may have blinded the vision just a little bit early.
I didn't see what you saw. I didn't want to be invasive. But what you saw was some nice, wasn't it?
Yes. Nice. Very peaceful time.
And you stilled your mind. For the first time, you saw something you wanted to see, rather than something coming to you.
Yeah. You're right.
Someday, maybe what you saw will happen. Still, about something you saw a few days ago, or rather, felt, while you're in Humbletown.
Did Glacy mention that?
She didn't have to.
Oh, yeah, you feel those too, huh?
Mm-hmm. And so did your little new acquaintance. Espion have the natural ability to see future events, even if they're limited. What you, Glacy, Apollo, and Lars felt that day, I felt it too. Felt like the universe was being ripped apart. It's something I felt many years ago when Theano put everything in danger, except it was stronger here and closer. Yet, as Glacy said, we're seeing a future of many possible ones, numerous timelines. One where everything did fall apart doesn't necessarily mean this one. But the reason it's so violent when we see it, why it hurts so much, is because the particles we're interacting with are themselves unstable. We're seeing a future that's collapsing through particles that are collapsing. It can be very dangerous, as sight itself is very dangerous when you don't know where you're looking at. You should be aware of what you're touching before you touch it, as a general rule in anything, not just seeing the future. In a time like this, not being able to control your power could very well condemn you.
Do you have... I guess if I need knowledge, do you have any idea what those claws are?
I couldn't really say. I can never get a good enough look at them when they're coming before they just vanish.
Are we accidentally feeding whatever it is when we feel the drain? Or is that just how we would be feeling in its presence?
I'd like to say the latter, but we really don't know what we're dealing with in this world. So I can't really say anything with certainty. But Padrock,
Yeah?
when you are trying to do your visions, or when you're just in a place where your mind drifts, please try and be careful.
I wish I could promise to be, but it's always been my dreams when those claws come.
Well, like I said, mental training, still your mind, and train yourself to be calm in situations where it's almost impossible to be. That may seem like a ridiculous task that I'm asking you, but it will be better for you.
Is it worth going back to the habit of forced dreamless sleep? Or is that just going to make things worse here?
It may be beneficial short term, but I couldn't say that it would be a good thing for you to make it a habit.
I see.
If you're feeling
Thank
threatened by your dreams, then yes. But until you learn to control your power, I feel it would be best to try and keep yourself open, but train yourself better to control your emotions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think I've kept you too long. You should probably get back to your friend.
I'll nod, heading back over to...
Farewell, Padrock. Remember what I said.
Thank you very much for your assistance, he would say before stepping away.
She smiles and gives a little bow to him. So, going back to Leela, I think we can probably call it a session now. Unless there's something else that anyone wants to do.
Nope, I think that's good for me.
And meanwhile, Apollo's up there on the hill.
Apollo is a little closer to a piece of his past. Or his namesake.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking out over the riverbank out here, where it is heckin' windy.
It is time for slot.
Yeah. So, we'll call it a session now, and... yeah. Do the right track this time. So yeah. that is session 26. Players, what'd you think? Esther.
I feel like it went pretty well. Story moments are great. Character moments are great. I'm sleepy. Go next.
Levi.
Fair.
If you're there, Bryce.
Are you muted?
Or are you asleep? I think he may have fallen asleep.
No, I've been muted this entire time.
You nugget.
Yeah, sorry. What was the question?
What did you think of the session?
Oh, I had fun. I got to do some things here and there. I got to talk to Ray again. I'm trying to figure out how a good conversation point for them for a while now. Yes, I still want to do the thing with Kua on the training, but that can be tomorrow. I got to have a bit of fun role-playing with several characters at once again. It's fun, but it's also exhausting. And I'm not sure how long this is going to last with Levi, but it's going to... Some things are going to just not be in the good zone with him for a little while, including, but not limited to, seeing a Houndoom.
Mm-hmm.
Houndoom
Oh,
scary.
that's why he.
Yeah.
It just hit me.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll have to try to do the thing with food in downtown.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
Downtime or next session.
So,
But other overall,
Yeah,
I had fun.
so Olivia, what do you think?
Oh, it was all or nothing, this one, wasn't it? We did just about every scene that we had planned, aside from maybe a couple ones that we just didn't have time for.
Almost.
Yeah, just about.
I sort of felt that we might not be able to do first lineage at the end, but we managed.
Just managed. But yeah, we got some important things done today.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, we're gonna finally probably see Luby's family for once.
Maybe. So, Apollo, what do you think?
This was a really interesting session. We got to have another cute moment between Apollo and Aracella, but I thought it was really nice how I was able to get Apollo to open up that can of worms with Alavi and just breaking a little more ice there.
Almost literally in the case of breaking rocks.
Well, that's why I said breaking ice.
But yeah, so Padrock, what do you think?
I thought it was quite a nice session. Quite nice to get to have scenes between Padrock and Leela or Apollo and Aracella. Just nice to have a more low-key, nice little town session. As well as, and I also thought that the scene with the Fiercella ended up being a nice way to kind of cap off the happenings in the session.
Mm-hmm. So let's see. Loading up some of the pictures that we had.
So it's good.
We didn't have that many this time, but that's okay.
Most of them are memes.
Pretty much. Gotta load up the browser. The correct browser.
Browser number 1. Browser number 2.
There are a lot of browser tabs that I have open. There we go.
Yeah, I've seen how many tabs you have open on a regular. It's like, what are you doing? Why do you have so many tabs?
Same.
I've seen Artie's tabs. He has more.
What?
You should see the tabs that I have open for work.
So, picture time. The first one is an image from Ninja Blade. The freaking Snickers bar meme.
And what was that quote you said, Glacy, in that chat?
I'm still me, it's just a different me. So, there's that one. And then there's one that Artemis posted.
The one that's...
Sometimes you
That was
just gotta
lunch.
look, you gotta bully Sansi. Full stop.
We didn't invent the torch chick, we just murdered and slapped it on between 2 pieces of bread. Gotta eat them all.
They already cooked itself.
Mary had a torchic. Her father shot it dead. Now Mary carries that torchic to school between 2 slabs of bread.
Or Chick-fil-A.
Don't actually support Chick-fil-A though, they're kind of scumbags.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then one from Ninja Blade again. Okay, I believe you.
I didn't intend to make that reference, but it just happened that way.
It just happened. And it was great.
Kind of like me, it's like with Ruben's like, well, it's a theory, and then the moment I said it, it's like,
You know, I was like, oh
Yeah.
no, what have I said?
Yeah, literally the mouth open frame, the alternate image. So yeah, it's perfect.
That's just a theory.
ah,
A curse theory. Thanks for watching.
So that is all the images. Who should we go after this time?
ooh, good question.
So in Cast AMA, before we go anywhere, apparently there were 2 questions thrown out here. One of them, which I'm concerned about.
Let's see. The
we
first
can-
one, that's
can
up to
do
you
that.
if you want to answer. The second one,
All right.
I'm gonna leave that miss speak alone.
I can answer both of these actually.
Uh-oh.
I'd say that Padrock's staff is about maybe half a foot taller than him. So, maybe I didn't. But Braxton is about 3'3", so I guess the staff would be about 3'9"ish, 3'10" about.
Oh, so basically the height difference between you and Aluvi.
Yeah, like if you look at the art, the staff is actually taller than him as a Braxton.
Mhm.
And as for the second question about Levi is the Levi girl thing, I think that was during a scene where I also initially got confused for a moment, where there was a thing about she, but it was talking about the 9 tails that we
Cleo.
fought during the last session.
Oh,
Oh,
Araceli.
Elena.
Elena.
Elena. Yeah,
Somebody
it's
did.
like,
Araceli
like
is
I
a
thought
prima
like,
Rita.
talking about
I'm dying,
Elena, but
Squirrel.
then the way she suffered, I then realized, oh no, wait, Artie was referring to Elena. So I think that's where that question came from, where it's talking about Elena, but it was initially confusable to think it was being referred to
Oh,
Levi.
That or I accidentally referred to Levi as she by accident because
Yeah.
talking
No,
fast words hard.
I think I don't think you ever referred to Levi as she. I think you just transitioned quickly to talking about.
Yeah,
Confusion happened.
Confusion be like,
it's 2:30 in the morning. It's 12:30 in the morning. I'm sleepy.
So,
No worries. I just remember that because I had this same confusion for a moment, but then I realized who you were referring to by that.
So, yeah, who should we go after?
No clue. Unless you want to go out there to Tenshia Luma.
Could you put that in chat?
Sure. They are currently playing. I mean, since we're talking about spooky shit, they're currently playing Doki Doki Literature Club.
Oh,
wow.
These
no.
scary
Oh, no.
skeletons and
Oh,
shivers down your spine.
Trigger warning for DDLC. Oh boy.
Do we really want to go into that?
Not-
Ooh.
You know what? I got a safer idea.
You know what? Fair.
They are playing Digimon Survive.
Oh, fun.
Better.
Well, I have to leave the stream now because that'll be spoilers for me. So, bye, stream.
See you later, Kurt. See you later.
Alright.
Apparently, it was someone's birthday today.
Yeah, it was Chris' birthday.
Ah.
So, yeah, happy birthday, Chris. And, so yeah, we'll be rating Zansashio, and hope you guys have fun with them. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and next week's going to be a fun session. So look forward to that, and we will see you then.
Here we go.
Later.
Bye-bye.
And raid.